Hallo, hallo. Welcome everybody to the final stream before YCS Bologna. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. I'm already looking forward to it. I'm quite excited, actually. Gonna be a fun time, I hope. I think both Genesis and Advanced Constructed are looking pretty fun right now, so it's looking to be a good weekend. So unfortunately, there's not going to be any streams for a while, but still, I mean, you're going to have the YCS streams to look at and stuff like that, so you're going to be fine. So welcome everyone to the last stream before I'm gone for the YCS, and then also a couple of extra days after. I'm going to be gone for visiting Card Market in Berlin. But yeah, it's fine. Between Stars and Soil, thank you for the 2 months. Molly Mock, thank you for the 35. Appreciate the Prime, thank you. And Loimas, thank you for the 23 as well. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I've been spending a lot of time with YCS Bologna preparation over the last couple of days. I've been staying up late. We've been hanging out in the Discord. We've been preparing stuff. I can say that I'm basically pretty set on one of 2 decks for the YCS, both of which are not that far off from what you would expect from me to play, probably. They're nothing too crazy. Yeah, but I'm happy with either or, I think. I think it's going to be a good time either way. But yeah. An anonymous gifter with a gift sub to kill Ronin. Okay, well, that's a way to start off the stream. I guess I appreciate that. How many months has Kill Ronin been subscribed now? 14. Guys, 14 months. The Kill Ronin account has been subscribed to this channel for 14 months. They probably don't even know who I am. They're like, why am I getting a gift sub for the 14th time to this Josh channel? Oh man. I mean, I do appreciate it, but you should probably just gift it to someone in chat instead who can actually make use of it, you know? But anyway, it's up to you. Up to you. Anyways, today I want to get my mind off of TCG just a little bit because, you know, I've been spending a lot of time recently, and honestly, I don't think for me personally, I don't think anything that we could do right now would influence my decision on what I would play at YCS Bologna. So like I'm just looking for like a chill stream where we're probably just gonna play some Sky Striker and Master Duel because I still haven't figured out how exactly I like that deck in Master Duel, because I really want to explore it a little bit more, because if I do, and currently I plan on doing it. Currently I plan on participating in Duelist Cup next month. And Sky Striker, for me, if it is a viable option, would definitely be something that I would like to play. So I really have to try and figure out whether it is any good or not. And for that, I have to play it. And for that, I also have to get somewhere. I have to get to like Master 1. And we actually have to try, you know, doing well there. Because otherwise, I'm not going to get any form of solid practice in with it. So I've changed the lists a little bit, and I've built a go first and a go second version, and we can just dabble around with it a little bit and try. Yeah, because I want to get that done in time before like next season starts. So at the start of next season, ideally, the start of December, ideally, I just grind Master Duel a little bit more in participation of the Duelist Cup, and I want to know where Sky Striker stands until then. But yeah, obviously you're bringing Striker to Bologna. I was really tempted. Let's say that it is not one of the 2 decks that I meant earlier when I said I'm between 2 decks. Sky Striker was always option number 3 because I do think it has a pretty good Draco Tail matchup. I am too scared at the moment of A, Drollin Lockbird, and B, Malice. I think if it wasn't for the surge of Malice in recent weeks, it would have been a very serious contender for me. But I am very scared of the Malice matchup, and the Malice matchup is very tough. At least in my experience. Maybe you you think it's easier than I think it is, but I think it's pretty hard. Yeah, anyways, let's warm up and then we'll get into the good stuff for today. Please, Genesis, fix the droll situation. Like I've been thinking about it more after we had the droll and Genesis discussion the other day, and I do agree. I would like droll to be fixed. At the same time, it's probably not going to stop me from enjoying Genesis, because while it does suck that I can't play some of the decks I would really like to play because Droll and Lockbird is so popular, right? Like it's realistically, those decks are rogue decks anyways. Even if Droll has more points, if I'm playing Necros, it's still gonna be like hard. Or Dragon Rulers or stuff like that. So it's like my pet decks, quote unquote, for Genesis format so far. Just happened to lose to Droll and Lockbird, which is unfortunate, and I do hate that, and I wish it had more points. At the same time, I still think there are ways to enjoy Genesis format with Droll being very popular. Like, there are decks that you can play that don't lose to Droll and that are still very powerful and very fun. So like, but it does suck because I would have really considered something like Dragon Ruler, for example, because I am going to play Genesis this week at YCS Bologna on Friday, because I think that is one of the most amazing things that they've done for YCS Bologna public events, in my opinion, which is huge for Genesis, by the way. If this keeps being a thing, I think that's awesome, and we've talked about it on Sunday already. But the fact that they have Genesis Invitational Qualifier happening on the Friday already of the YCS, which means you can go to the YCS on Friday, you play Genesis. If you do well in the Genesis on Friday, you qualify for the Sunday Invitational in Genesis format. Then on Saturday, you play the main event, but you'll always know, like, oh, if the main event doesn't go my way, if I don't actually do well, I can always play the Sunday Genesis Invitational, which I think is awesome, because I think that's going to bring a lot of advanced players to also try Genesis, because you have the option to technically do both on the same weekend. You don't have to decide, oh, do I try to qualify for the Genesis Invitational or do I play the YCS main event? You can theoretically, if the Friday works out for you, you can do both, and I think that's pretty nice. So I'm going to play Genesis on Friday, hopefully qualify for the Invitational, and then still play the main event, and then see if I make day 2 in the main event. I probably won't play the Genesis Invitational unless I'm like X3, and I'm like, okay, let's play Genesis. I don't know yet, but like, when I have an idea of what I'm going to play for Genesis, and it's a deck that I like, but it's also something that's not weak to Droll and Lockbird, which limited my options a little bit, but there were options at least. But yeah, anyways, let's warm up. I have no idea what this is. Light Law Medium. Okay, good start. Awesome. This feels more familiar. This also feels older. Yeah, this is the trap card that is Dark World related, but it's not a Dark World card. This is like Dark. It's not Dark Con. Is it Dark Cure? No. Dark Deal. You're right. It is Dark Deal. Yeah, it is Dark Deal. 7 points. Let's go. Oh, that's Spirit Reaper. I didn't need that extra zoom. That's Fairy Wind. This is a Crystal Beast card. Advanced Crystal, Advanced Dark. Chat, how many points do we have right now? I can't say it. This feels like a Tearlament card. Airclaw alternative. This feels like a Lina. Is this the Lina Charmer though? I think it's just the Charmer. No. Lina. It's not the Link. Okay, last one. Awesome. It's neither. Is it spiritual light art? Ah, okay. That was the one option that didn't have Lina in the name. Is this something Bouncer? Radius? Oh, the Half Moon Dragon, right. That's Confiscation. Ah, that card. Knight of the Red Lotus. Yep. Yep. Could have gotten that one. That is, I think, an Amazonas. Something Chainmaster. No, it's not Amazon's Chainmaster. Whipmaster? Golden Whipmaster. Ooh, you seem familiar. Skullzoma. Oh, Zoma the Spirit. Not Skullzoma. Why was I thinking Skullzoma? That is Sapphire Pegasus. Fire Princess. Soul Drain. Yeah. I wasn't sure if it was Soul Drain or Mind Drain, but we won the 50-50. That is El Shaddoll Fusion. That is a Speedroid. Speedroid. Fuku? No, it's not. It's not Fuku. It's something. Piper? Fuki Modoshi Piper. Okay. Noted. You seem very familiar. That's Shaddoll Core. Yeah, give me more Shaddolls. I can do this all day. Ooh, that's Orchist. Is that Brass Bombard? Or is it Orchestrion? I think it's Brass Bombard. Yeah. That is Rampage. Jurak. Terra. Mist Valley. Or Dragoonity, but I wouldn't know its name either way. Mist Valley Executor. Okay. Ooh, rank up magic. That's a rank up magic. Which one? This one, Astral Force? No. Soul Shave Force. Come on, I thought I had it. One day I'm gonna guess a rank up magic, guys. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be glorious. Utopia Beyond? Utopia Prime? Prime. This is Baby Tiger. This is an ant. I don't know its name. Self-destruct ant. You look like green layer. No, it's the Exceed. Aeroboros. Yeah. Layer wire. You are a Blackwing. No idea which one that was. Oh, I've seen you before. Oh God. Commander Knight. Oh, Commander Covington. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that also feels familiar. Earthbound Immortal. Earthbound Immortal. This is that one. Probably something Archer, but the background gives Subterror vibes, but it's not. Unhappy. Okay, unhappy. Damn it. 50-50 lost. Dice it. Machine 6. Oh, it's not dangerous. It's that 6. Yeah, that's 6. That's the one. Yeah, it's got Snipe Hunter on it. This is something magical marionette. Yeah. Full house. I've seen you before. Something, is it Gishki? Yeah, Gishki Reliever. That could be Kalut. Yep. Gives me Infinite Track vibes. Is it Brutal Dozer? Yeah. That is a hero. Flash? Yeah. I feel like I've seen this one. Constellar, yeah, Caduceus. This one I feel like I've never seen before. Flip of Fortune. That is Landwalker. That is Karakuri Shed. Cash. One of those two. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, I've seen this one. Gemini Soldier. Ah. Right. Eclipse Wyvern. This could be Illusory Snatcher or it's Mega Mobius. I'm not sure. Can I type? Monarchs Awaken? Oh, is it not Mega Mobius? Oh, okay, my bad. That is Anoyatilis. Tilis, dude. El Shaddoll. Oh, 1N. Okay. I guess it makes sense they didn't spell it with 2 N's, like annoying. But that's always how I remembered it, because it was very annoying when you played Shaddoll, when you played Necros. This is something... Watchdog. No? Assault Dog. Right. Ooh. What is this? Elfin? Oh no, Dark Samorg. Yeah. Cyber Toon. Toon Cyber? Ah, okay. I also feel like I know this one. Yeah, this is the Exceed, right? Red Eyes Flare Metal. Flare Metal. Oh, oh no, it's a Blue Eyes spell. I'll skip it. Vision with Eyes of Blue. I don't know what that is either. Ooh, that is opening of the Spirit Gates. This is Sergeant Electro. This is Nordic Alfar Mara. No. Bartalf. Alvis. Dwerg. Dwerg. This is like underwater tour ride. Stop and read tour ride. Yeah. Hey, we had 900. That's not bad. That is Axe of Fools, is it? Or Axe of Luck or something? No, All of Luck. Lucky Axe. Ah, Lucky Iron Axe is what it was. Yeah. All right, well, 918 is not bad. You know, it's not bad. It's not washed. It's not 4 digits, but it was pretty good. The start was pretty bad. But towards the end, we caught up pretty well. All right. Okay, we're just looking for a big effect monster. Let's hit him with Tempest. Okay, it is a level 7. That's even older than 2013. It's not a wind. It is more than 2400 attack, less than 2200 defense. It's not just an effect monster, and it's very old, which means that it's either a synchro, and I guess it could be a flip or a fusion. Level 7 synchro, more than 2400 attack, shouldn't be that hard. Although, I mean, okay, what's synchro? Urbellum is not strong enough. Dark Strike Fighter is, well, dark. Power Tool is not strong enough. Black Rose Dragon is not strong enough. Nitro Warrior. How strong is Nitro Warrior? What Nitro Warrior is a warrior. It could be the Ice Barrier, the Gungnir. Yeah. It is a synchro from 2010. But it's not Gungnir. Okay, it is a synchro Level 7. Okay, this one, we have to be able to get this one. From 2010, more than 2,500. More than 2,500. So I'm thinking similar to Gungnir, it could very easily be a hidden arsenal card. How big is Naturia Landois? Is like 2,300. Yeah, no, it's not Naturia Landois. Thought Ruler is a level 8 synchro. It can't be Thought Ruler. What about a Gen X? There's like, okay, there's a lot of Gen X cards, but I think there is a Gen X level 7 synchro. They definitely have one. Bure? I don't think Bure is 2010. Oh, Bure is 2010. Oh, okay, my bad. Okay, I thought this was 2011. All right, it was Bure. Right, this is not in Edison format, but it comes out... What is this? Star Strike Blast, which is the same set as Glow Up Bulb. Which is, yeah, it is 2010. Yeah, right. Star Strike Blast. Droll. Yeah, right. It's the Droll set. It's the Droll set. Star Strike Blast. Jesus. Emptiness? Wait, did Star Strike Blast give us Droll and Emptiness? Is Emptiness Star Strike Blast? Well, I guess that set was not the healthiest then. A short print common. Yeah, I remember that Vanity's Emptiness was a very expensive common. I just didn't remember its set code. And they were both bad then? Well, yes and no. I mean, it didn't take very long for people to realize Emptiness was good. I guess it took them like 2 or 3 years until it was played. Fair enough. But that's also because Royal Oppression was still legal. The set was never reprinted either. No unlimited print. There is no unlimited Droll and Lockbirds from Star Strike Blast. I didn't know that. That's a funny bit of lore. So there's only first edition Drolls from back then? Remember when Emptiness was 30 pre-reprint? Yep, I remember that. I do remember that. Okay. Gamers, warm up out of the way. Before we hop into Master Duel for today, I think we have a new card to take a look at. It is just one, though. Just one new card here, which is a... I don't even know which set this is in. Seems to be some sort of like manga promo, or like you get it with one of the mangas or something. But we get Vere, the Maid of Endymion, a level 4 light spellcaster, which is always treated as a Witchcrafter card. You can only use the first and second effect each once per turn. During your main phase, if a spell card or effect was activated this turn, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can add a Witchcrafter spell trap or Magical Dimension from your deck to your hand. Gains 2,300 attack while you have Regulus, the Prince of Endymion, in your field or graveyard. That, to me, doesn't seem like a bad card. I mean, it's not a play on its own because it does not search on normal summon, so you will have to activate a spell card in order to special it and then get your search. But my problem is I don't know how good Witchcrafter is. I don't know how badly Witchcrafter needed this. I don't know if this is fixing some of Witchcrafter's problems. On the surface, this seems like a really nice card that most archetypes would really like to have. Magical Dimension. Isn't Magical Dimension that quick play spell card from way back in the day? Hold up. That quick play spell? Am I thinking of the right? Yeah, that's the card I'm thinking of. Okay, what does that card do again? Hold up. I know it's like spellcaster related. If you control a spellcaster monster, target a monster you control, tribute that target, then special a spellcaster from your hand, then you can destroy a monster on the field. Okay. Tribute a spellcaster, summon a spellcaster from hand, and non-target pop. It's not the worst card I've ever seen, but it's also not a great card. But I've seen, here's the thing. I've seen them make support cards or searchers for worse cards than this one. Like, yeah. But yeah. Like, for example, I think the Blue Eyes Field spell, I think, is a weaker card than this on average. And they did manage to make people play that one. Granted, it was with a Link 1 that searches it for free every single game, which is not the same. Like, this is not the same quality of a card as the Blue Eyes Link 1. The Blue Eyes Link 1 is way better, which is, I think, making people willing to play a bad card like the Blue Eyes Field spell. But still, I mean, honestly, realistically, you're just going to play this in Witchcrafter just for this effect, right? You're going to add a Witchcrafter spell trap. You don't need to play the Magic Dimension to use this card. I always mix up Weather Painter and Witchcrafter. Which one is the one that has that crazy Omni-Negate Link monster? Is that Weather Painter or Witch? That's Weather Painter, right? That's weather. Yeah, okay. And Weather Painter is also the one that uses like the spell cards as link material for that, right? That's all Weather Painter I'm thinking of right now, right? Is when they have like the continuous spells that they can link all. Yeah, okay. What is Witchcrafter then? What's Witchcrafter? Is Witchcrafter the one where all the spell cards that you have, like if you send them to grave, you get them back in the end phase? Is that Witchcrafter? Yes. Okay. See, I like that. I like that concept. It seemed to me whenever I've looked at those cards, it seemed like a very grindy, control-y deck. It just felt like a lot of the spell cards didn't do enough. Or I don't know what the card quality wasn't high enough, even though I really enjoyed the idea behind it. But I mean, this card is a card with good quality. This is a good quality card. But yeah, it's one effect per turn. Oh, was that the problem? Was it like you either had to choose between activating their effect or getting them back in the end phase? Yeah, that seems pretty rough. Yeah, that seems rough. You can probably play with the Numagistus cards, maybe. Payoff is not enough. The engine is kind of decent. It sounds like something they could fix by giving them like one or two new spell cards that have a better effect with less restrictions on it. And then maybe the archetype could function. Like, it seems like an archetype that they could salvage just from the outside. It's like if they print a couple new cards that just do the same thing, but a little better, more efficient, then maybe. And then this card would be pretty good. Did you read Very Magic, the new spell they got? I probably did. But really quick, hold up. I mean, I have read this card for sure. This one was in Battles of Legends. This card's always treated as Magistus and Witchcrafter. Activate one of these effects. If you control Magistus or Witchcrafter, send a spellcaster or a spell from your deck to the grave, and your opponent activates a card or effect. Special summon a Magistus or Witchcrafter from hand or deck. Yeah, I remember this card. America only. Oh, that's funny. It still says America's only down here for Battles of Legends Monster Mayhem. Which technically isn't true anymore. We eventually got it in Europe, okay? We do have it now. Okay. The important part is Witchcrafter can cheat the second effect by copying it. What do you mean cheat the second effect by copying it? Because you can still not copy, like rollback, you still have to fulfill the activation requirements, which would be technically the same on this, right? Witchcrafter Jenny. Witchcrafter Jenny. Banish this card and one Witchcrafter spell from your grave. This effect becomes that spell's effect when that card is activated. You can only use each effect of Jenny once per turn. Okay. Jenny has a specific ruling saying it works differently. Okay, so that it confused me for a second there, but I guess if there's a specific ruling, so it's meant to work for this one, then sure. Sure. Okay. Gamers. Today, like I said earlier, we're gonna be playing some Master Duel, and I want to play some Sky Striker. Oh my god, yes, yada yada. But realistically, I think Sky Striker is a good deck in Master Duel, but I haven't quite figured out how exactly I think it's best. Like, go first, go second, what kind of board breakers, what kind of spells, and all that stuff. So I want to do some more experimentation with Sky Striker because, as of now, I am seriously considering playing the Duelist Cup next month, given that there is a deck that I enjoy enough to, you know, play for almost 72 hours. And I have to find out if Sky Striker is that deck, because it could be. But generally, I was gonna make a discussion video about like the current state of Master Duel, but like I've been enjoying Master Duel more. I still think there is some stuff that definitely could be improved or should be improved, and there are some decks in the format like Malice that are still too powerful in my liking. But compared to what it was during like August, like 3 months ago when Worlds happened and stuff like that, Master Duel then and Master Duel now, it is a lot better. You know, they did hit Malice, and a lot of cool things released since then, you know. And yes, to me, that also includes pure Mitsurugi. Like, I know people are starting to get sick and tired of like Mitsurugi Ryzeal and then Mitsurugi Fiendsmith and Mitsurugi Yami and stuff like that. But just for me, if I'm playing pure Mitsurugi, I'm usually having a good time. I also dislike all the Mitsurugi slop that people are doing. Like, I'm not a big fan of that, but when I'm playing pure Mitsu, I'm usually having a good time, and that matters. At least it matters a little bit to me, you know. So the stuff that came out since Worlds, for the most part, has served to improve my experience with Master Duel. You know, Orchest, Mitsu, Sky Striker now. Like, those are all decks that I vibe with, that I find enjoyable, and so I've been having a better time in Master Duel. As a result, I do feel a little bit more motivated to maybe try and play the Duelist Cup next month. And so all that to say, I've built 2 Sky Striker decks. One that wants to go first, which is this one, where they are not too far from each other. Basically, the difference is this deck is going to have the Black Goat Laughs as a target for thrust when you go first, as well as this one doesn't have any specifically made for going second board breakers. Like in the other one, we're going to see like Jamming Waves, Ultimate Slayer, and stuff like that, which this one doesn't have. This one has more cards that are like good going first and going second. Like Ash Blossom is not in the other deck, but it is in this one, because I like it in Sky Striker. When you go first, you can either negate a Maxi, or you can set it, you can have it in hand behind all your set cards, and then as an additional interruption on the opponent's turn. But yeah, the unfortunate part for me is that I'm really used to playing Sky Striker with the Fallen and the Virtuous, and or the Radiant Typhoon quick play spell. Both of those cards would really help the deck like function. But okay. And then for going second, like I said, we're just gonna have a little bit, like, we're gonna have less hand traps, and we're just gonna have a couple more like breakers. Like, we have Slayer, Duster. I wanted to try Afterburner and Jamming Waves. Yeah. And this one also has an out to Lunalight Liger Dancer. If we draw a Slayer, we can send Perfume Dancer and out it that way, which is neat. So I'm not sure which one is better in Master Duel, but that's basically what we're trying to find out today. I think what I'm more interested in for now is I want to use the one that wants to go first. So that's what we're going to start with, and we're going to see how that goes. I've seen OCG players not play multi-role or Area Zero. Thoughts on it? I think both is possible. Yes, I think it is. I'm just like with Desires being at 1 and no Radiant Typhoon spell and no Fallen at the Virtuous, I've just been struggling to fill the deck with 40 good cards, which is unfortunate. Like normally in a lot of decks, I have the opposite problem where I struggle to keep it close to 40 because there's a lot of good options for it. In Sky Striker, I feel like a lot of the stuff, like I get to like 35 cards that I all want to play. And after that, I'm like, okay, I'm not sure how much else I really want to put in this deck. And that's how cards like Area Zero have gotten in here. I guess you could play a bigger chicken game package. That is possible, yeah. You don't like Raigeki or Lightning Storm? I don't hate them, but I hate drawing into them with my engage after I've already broken the board. So I'm not sure how many of those I want to play. Am I supposed to Ash Gaga Gaga Girl? Or not? I mean, now they know I have it anyways. Ash the spell? Okay. So what if they now make Trap Tricks for Flegia? Do they play that? Do they play Trap Tricks for Flegia? Okay, they don't. Okay, I get the Ash off. Nice. Hopefully, no called by. Oh, it is Mitsurugi Onomat. Okay. Nice. Pass to 1 Ash. All right, well. This does not have any effects. How do we go about this? How do I get spells in the grave here? I can engage Chain Linkage, but that doesn't seem great. I can start with Ray, see if that works for me. Go into 0, activate 0, search. I could grab Area 0. If I engage for Area 0 target my Lemnis. Do I want to keep my Lemnis maybe though? Zero spells in grave is really annoying. Can you OTK? Probably. If there's no maxi, if there is a maxi, I'm not sure if I want to go for it. If I double the Gaga Girl, I send Rose from deck to grave. Ray comes back. Ray tags out into 0. 0 grabs another linkage. Attacks over this for 200. Or linkage. OTK is a bit greedy. Ray tags out into 0. 0, no effect. No, that doesn't work. Then I have 2 monsters vibing here. 3 linkage. I mean, I technically 4 linkage because Kagari even. So 25 with Kaina. 25 with Shizuku. And then 28 with Kagari. Unless there's... I do need the attack boost from Kagari here. So this Kagari would be 2900. So even it's enough damage even if I add back engage here. So they need imperm. No imperm. Okay, nice. Sweet. Do you think Area 0 is counterproductive to Lemnis because of the banish? Area 0 is counterproductive to Lem... I don't understand that question. Wait, is this the going first? Yeah, this is going first version, right? I'm not playing Super Poly right now, but you can. Mold Charmy Fualos. It is annoying. Yeah, I'll ash it. They probably mean multi-roll. Well, yeah, resetting Lemnis Gate with multi-roll is not always great. Yeah, that's true. So the reason why I was thinking about ashing that Fuva is because technically we could have just stopped after this. Like we could have gotten engage, search draw, and then call it a day with 1 Fuva draw. Which wouldn't have been the worst. Because now it's like I linkage for Kagari, I guess. Just to get the engage back. I'm just drawing more cards this way, which is nice. Drones lets you draw twice with engage. Yeah, drones would have been nice in this hand because then I could have gone drones first, Kagari, add back engage, search Ray, normal Ray, link 2 into 0. That would have been good because I could have ended with 0 on the board already. This way I'm going to end with the Shizuku on the board already. Which is, I think, both fine. Ah, they didn't do it in main phase. Madge. Shizuku gets linkage to make... No. Oh, we do... That's the third engage. I already summoned 0 this turn, right? So I can't linkage into another one. And we have another Ash anyways. Do we need more Sky Striker names in the grave for a bigger Lemnis Gate? So at the moment, I can bounce one card. If I want to bounce two cards, I would have to shuffle in my own Ray. So I think I should go through Hayate here. I could have linkaged into another one on the opponent's turn. But I guess my idea was I'm going to get the Shark Cannon instead of the linkage, which is also a decent disruption. But, and if they ever destroy my Sky Striker link, then my Ray can tag out into 0 anyways. Oh yeah. I like Area 0 here. The only one that resembles guaranteed follow-up, which is not guaranteed, but besides the point. NP4 Harpy's Feather Duster? Yeah, that would suck. Oh god, it's Luna Light. Okay. Well, we're definitely negating Gold Leo. The question is, I think we're gonna Widow Anchor it, but do I want to take it? Do I want to take the Gold Leo? I can take it and then send it for Droplet later. Yeah, I'll take it, I think. If they go heavy poly, I'm gonna have to bounce both monsters. I could... No, that's... Yep, that's fine. They're sending Silverhound. Do I Ash Silverhound? Silverhound... That opens me up to Thrust. It opens me up to Talents. Realistically, the card that they summon here probably doesn't do all that much. It's a Kaleido... But Kaleido Chick sent Martin... there's annoying things that can happen. I'll Ash it. Because Kaleido Chick also... can send a fusion from the extra deck to make the Silverhound spell negate live. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. And I don't see how one Thrust or one Talents beats me here. Yeah. Adds back Silverhound from grave. Oh, because they hard drew Poly. Okay, could have just activated Poly. Wait. That was way better. Just activate Poly, fuse away the Black Sheep. Okay. Oh, fine. Good for me. Oh, they have 2 Black Sheeps now. Okay. That should be game. Does this target? It does not target. Okay, so I'm gonna Droplet, sending away the Gold Leo to stop them from getting Perfume. They add back Poly, they add back a monster. Yeah, I think we're good. Lemnis the spell? Well, I'm guessing... I think I can just Lemnis after they activate Poly. Because realistically, what can they Poly into here? Can they summon... Like, Leo Dancer is not unaffected by Lemnis Gate, is it? Maybe it is. Hold up. Leo Dancer, it needs Panther Dancer, though. They can make Saber Dancer, which is not unaffected either. They can make another Perfume, which is not unaffected. This needs Cat Dancer. This needs 2 Lunalights, but it's also not unaffected. No, I can just Lemnis after they fuse here. And that should be it. Okay. They're fusing into Saber Dancer. So now the Silverhound negate is live. But I can just Shark Cannon that first. So I'll Shark Cannon the Silverhound. That's that. Technically, I should let him attack. Because I get back Ray. It's much better for me if they attack. Unless I'm missing something. Nothing happens. If I just... Like, I take 1800 damage, but I get Ray instead of Shizuku, which is a lot. I mean, it's a guaranteed win either way, but... Like, attacking that Shizuku just doesn't really make sense. Yeah, GG. Luna is always scary with this deck because I don't really have outs to Liger Dancer, so if they summon one of them, it's cooked. But like, seeing their hand, we would have definitely been cooked going second, assuming they know the lines, because they definitely played through one. We had one Ash. They definitely played through that. Oh, this hand kind of sucks. Are you excited for Phantom Revenge? Kind of. So the way I feel about Phantom Revenge is that, oh, nice. I think all 3 archetypes in there are pretty cool. Ooh, even nicer. But they are not good enough, unfortunately. Okay, well, I mean, it is Stun, which, funnily enough, Stun is one of the better matchups for this deck. You know, if this was Malice and they summoned 1 Malice card after Shifter, we would have been out of here. But this is not so bad. I'll let Array get banished. Like, it can't come back from the grave anyways because Necro Valley, so... Yep, there's a strike. Had to get those out there somewhere. Well, at some point. Alright. The good news is we have 2 Widow Anchors for Floodgate monsters. Which is neat. And at the moment, they're not applying any pressure. So eventually, I think we will get them. Ashtira preparations. Okay. Well, that makes it easier. Because that means that's not a real back row. They did draw Kashtira Unicorn. Do I go for second 0? I mean, yeah, this game is over, I think, because if this is a real back row, then this Ray next turn just wins the game. Do I activate this? Because they can attack over it. No, I think I save. I think I want to try to tag out this turn. Like, if this is another strike, for example, then next turn Ray just goes in. It's not. Zero can resolve under Necro if you don't special from grave. Yeah, if the Rose is in grave, I don't think you can do it. Yeah. It was imperm. That is the advantage of this deck, I guess. It has a pretty decent stun matchup. We got 55 gems for that, by the way. I deserve those. I fought hard. Yumo, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate that. Hawkeyes216, thank you for the 27 months. Zweep10, thank you for the 22. Mr. May94, thank you for the full year of support. Prime338, thank you for the full year as well. Appreciate all of you guys. Thank you. I played Monarch in Genesis. Someone didn't know what Mobius did. Am I an unk? Yes. Yes, you are, but it's a good thing. Okay, here we have Rose, of course, as we usually do. Metal Force Fusion, try and draw a better card is an option. At the same time, we could also send Engage, normal summon Rose, make Kagari, add back Engage, Engage for linkage, linkage, send Kagari, search another Engage with 0, and then we have 3 spells in grave. I think that is better. It's worse into imperm, but so be it. It's also worse into that. Yeah. Well. I would have rather gotten impermed, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that much. I think I might still do that though. I think I will still do it. I think getting 0 in rotation is good. I want to end on I want to end on 0 on the board, and this is gonna force like a hand trap already. I think it's a Bestial. Well, a Bestial would be particularly bad because I opened Rose and it's my only Rose. But the way it does make sense that it's a Bestial. It's not Imperm, it's not Ash, it's not Bell. It could be March here, I guess. New Shaddoll card. We'll look at it in a second once it's on YGorg. So we're gonna make a hard read on a Bestial here. And we're gonna keep Lemnis in hand. Because they know we have Lemnis, they should Bestial in end phase here. If it's not a Bestial, I'm happy either way. Seems like it wasn't a Bestial. So we didn't set the Lemnis, but it's okay. Hopefully Droll, double anchor, and 0 pop gets us through here. It is Mathmech Circular. Jesus Christ. It probably was March Hare then. It probably was March Hare. Gonna Droll this man. That seems like just getting less bodies than before. Okay. What do you mean 2 equals 1? That's not how it works. That's not how it works. No, Mathmech Duelist. No, 2 is supposed to equal 12, not 1. No, the math didn't math. Oh, God. No, bro, did the 2 equals 1. Jesus. That dude does not represent us. Circular was right. Actually, yes. Yes, they do. they do exactly represent you. Okay, well, we got the hand traps at least. Upstart! Okay, one more and we draw a card. Not that one! Man! I wish I played Hornet Drones. Hornet Drones would be really good here. I really wish I played Hornet Drones. Hornet Drones here. Activate Hornet Drones. Make Kagari. Add back engage. Have 3 spells engraved. Later on, normal summon Rose make 0 would be really nice. Maybe it should be too. Maybe it should be Hornet Drones, yeah. Yeah. I would have played so much better through hand traps too. I mean, I guess now we just have 0 pop as well as these. Linkage was a better search. Normal summon, make Kagari, add back engage. Yeah, linkage was better, you're right. You are right. Oh yeah, 0 is not even live because I drew the rose, yeah. So, realistically, can they ever have Sage in hand here? Because I feel like the answer is no. I feel like if they have Sage, they always start normal summon Sage. I think they're just going to try to get a Blue Eyes on board so they can beat over my 0, but I don't think the Droll would have actually stopped anything here. Ooh, they can reset a trap. That's neat. With Tyrant. Also, Tyrant can attack everything, so it will be able to attack. And they have Purge now, which is very annoying. I could make Kaina to keep a body on board. Or I could make Kagari to have an extra engage. What does this do? Nah, it's not a Matsu time. It's not a Matsu time. I think it's Kagari or Kaina. I think it's Kagari because I already have Rose in hand, so I already have a body next turn. I just need ways to outplay the Purge. So the line, I guess, is activate engage, they purge it. I summon Rose. What? That makes no sense. Huh? Okay, dude. I guess... Oh, okay. I guess they didn't know that I drew the stupid Rose. So they played around. They didn't want to place the True Light. Because... Yeah, okay. That does make sense. That does make sense, actually. It didn't make sense to me from my perspective because I see the Rose in my hand, but from their perspective, it makes sense, actually. Yeah. Drop. Okay. Engage. If I chain Droplet here, is there anything that can go wrong? I don't think so. I think we are Gucci. Yeah, they have a couple of things they can do, but nothing actually is a disruption, so I should be good. Also, the Droplet is going to be the third spell in the grave. Yeah, the only thing I can't do is like target. Because Afterburner into pop this and that is really tempting, but cannot do that right now. Unless I can get a multi-roll up. I'm just gonna go for linkage. I'm gonna go for linkage, draw a card, and see what happens, but I'm definitely gonna go for a 0. Okay, Lemnis Gate is very good to have. The question, I suppose, is do I go linkage? Do I activate the 0 to search another engage and draw? Or do I 0 to tag out and pop the True Light? Seems really juicy as well. The Tyrant is unaffected, though. Like, if I go 0 to search... Wait, what does this card do? Destroy all monsters your opponent controls. I have Ray and Rose in the grave. But... don't we go Hayate first? No, Hayate... I guess I could have battled first. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, all... 0. If I 0, what do I add? What do I add off of this 0 that does anything is the problem. I think I use 0 to tag. Get Array out of the deck. Add Afterburner. No, I can't. They have the target negate. So, what I'm thinking here is I can go into Azalea. Azalea tries to pop this. They obviously negate with the trap, with the thing, but then that's out of the way. And because that negates and destroys, it's going to destroy my Azalea. And then my Ray can come back. And then I have a Ray and they have this still. And then I can go from there. I could also just attack it with Azalea. I can use Thought of the Damage Step, banish a spell from the grave, destroy that monster. Okay. Change my mind. Yeah, I like that. And then we go Shizuku. We have a set Lemnis, a probably useless Jolin Lockbird. And this will search follow-up. I could banish something from the grave. They have 2 blue eyes though, so that doesn't seem worth. I can banish the maiden from the grave, but let's just grab a multi-roll. I don't even know what they can draw there. to help them. I don't think there is anything. Like, even like the best card they can draw is probably Ether Barrel, but even Ether Barrel, if they activate Lordly Load, I'll just bounce it. Yeah. Another Maiden. Another Maiden also does nothing. They place True Light, and then I can just bounce the True Light, and then they have to reset it and wait another turn. But if I get another turn, I go another Kagari, and it's all over. Oh. They messed up by not chaining True Light to set after the 0 effect. Yes and no. It wouldn't have made a difference because I could have popped that one with Azalea, actually. Right? Dude, can I stop drawing rows, please? Every single game, man. Why do you play combined maneuver? I want to combine my maneuvers sometimes, you know? Have you never been in a spot where you just feel like combining your maneuvers? Man, I hate drawing rows. It's so annoying. I think I summon it here just so it... I'm gonna summon it so I can send it to grave with multi-roll, I think. So if I grab engage here, it won't draw me a card anyways. Put some... It's very bad into draw. I have 0 disruption. I guess I have thrust into black goat. Or I can go area 0, try to hit something off of the rows at least. You know what? I'm gambling. I'm mad because I drew rows, so I'm gonna gamble. I hate the words cannot explain how much I hate that card. Awesome. That's a great deck to have almost no disruption against. It's like the perfect timing to have nothing. Or Exceed Slop might be up there with the most annoying decks that they ever made. Like, just the concept in general, man. Level 4 monster summons level 4 monster, searches level 4 monster, overlays for rank 4 monster, searches more level 4 monsters, makes more rank 4 monsters. Special summons rank level 4 monster from the graveyard, then... What is this? Summon one from deck. No. No, leave me alone, man. Stop. Bro, they haven't normal summoned. Bro, I'm losing my freaking mind, man. This deck wants me to go, go, go. This deck makes me want to go, 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 uninstall Master Duel, man. Is what it does. Isn't this deck in Genesis? Yep. It's also by far, and it's not even close, it's by far the most annoying deck to play against in Genesis format. And it's like, it's this deck, and then there's a gap of like unfathomable size until the next most cringe deck in the format. Amatsu now? The fuck does Amatsu do again? Well, they have Rafflesia, but I guess... not really worth using Ray to tag out here, is it? I mean, actually, it might be. Okay, which trap hole are they sending now? Oh, okay. Sure. Okay, this has 2 attacks. Is there any way we'll survive? Bro, where are all these effects coming from? None of this is on this card. Okay, so now I die because this attacks twice. Awesome. Just make up effects while you go. Awesome deck. Jesus Christ, that deck is cringe. Holy fuck. Thoughts on chicken game? I don't hate it. I don't hate chicken game. This hand is once again pretty bad. We might need chicken game because I'm not drawing very consistent hands. It's very annoying actually. The draw has not been very good for me. I guess it would have been good last game. Why is Onomat bad but Sprite is fine? Because Sprite is done after like 4 steps. I need to go through some extra deck here. Did you cut Ultimate Slayer? In the going first version, yes, I did. Yeah, I cut Ultimate Slayer. This is a new song on the playlist. It might be relatively recent. It's been there for a while, I think. Have they reverted the ban list hits on Blue Eyes completely, by the way? No, this is still out too. Okay. Do you think Super Poly isn't worth it? It wasn't very good for me, I think, if I remember correctly. It's been a while, but I don't think I liked it much. It's not bad though. The Shaddoll card is on YG organization. Okay, we'll look at it after this game. Okay, I guess, I mean, you're making Baron anyways, I suppose. Are you arriving on Thursday? Hopefully. We leave on Thursday. Last time, we had quite a lot of delay, though. There's only one thing in the universe that is certain, and that is that Master Duel Blue Eyes players will play Blue Eyes Jet Dragon. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the thing. Massadul is showing its best side today again. Somehow every single person we're playing today against is freaking cringe. I don't know how they do it. I have no idea how they do it. It's crazy. Alright. Freeze your heart shut with Lev Shaddoll Fusion, a continuous spell card. Another entry into the Shaddoll archetype in Terminal World 3. Continuous spell. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You cannot special summon from the extra deck the turn you activate either of this card's effects except Shaddoll monsters. When this card resolves, send a fusion monster from your extra deck to the graveyard. You can tribute a fusion monster, special a Shaddoll fusion monster with a different attribute from your extra deck. This is treated as a fusion summon, and if you do, change its attack to 0. You cannot summon from the extra deck the turn you activate either of these except Shaddolls. Okay, being locked into Shaddolls exclusively is a pretty harsh restriction. However, the first effect of this card is pretty crazy, all things considered. I mean, you can do the easy things, right? You can send Garura, you can send Entis, you can send whatever else people use for Ultimate Slayer. So App Cologne in the Shaddoll deck specifically has a pretty good graveyard effect because you search and then discard. So that'll play. You can also in later turns you can send a Shaddoll, any Shaddoll fusion monsters to the grave that has that effect to add a Shaddoll spell from your grave to your hand. Right? You can do that. And then later on, you can just tribute one of your Shaddoll fusion monsters to turn it into a Winda at the end of your combo. I guess they specifically made it so that the attack points of the fusion monster you summon become 0, so that the Winda is easier to be attacked over, I think is the idea here, right? It's like Winda has pretty bad defense. I think it's 800. So a 0 attack Winda, 800 defense can be attacked over by basically anything, but it's still pretty cringe that this just cheats out Winda. But realistically, this is what it's gonna do, I think, most of the time. You can also, I mean, turning something else into an El Shaddoll construct is also pretty good, I would say. You can play this in Runic? No, you cannot. You cannot special summon monsters from the extra deck the turn you activate either of this card's effects, except Shaddoll monsters. And Hugin is not a Shaddoll monster, so no, you cannot. I think it's a pretty strong card. However, I think the fact that it locks you so harsh into Shaddolls makes it overall a fine card, because pure Shaddolls is honestly a deck that deserves support. The only problem, of course, is the fact that Shaddolls also has Winda. So like, I think that's why a lot of people perceive it as cringe. But this card in itself is good, but appropriate, I think, for a Shaddoll deck. Like, this card is not too broken in itself. The problem with Shaddoll is always Winda, but other than that, it really isn't a problem. Like, this card is fine. And Winda, honestly, I mean, in an ideal world, you know, Winda just doesn't exist, and they can make a lot of really cool Shaddoll cards because the Shaddoll deck is awesome. I love that archetype. I wish they just bite the bullet and just ban Winda and then make cracked Shaddoll support. I don't care. Just ban Winda and then make broken ass Shaddoll cards that don't lock the opponent, and I'm happy. But yeah. It's a good card though. It's a good card. I just hate that every time we look at new Shaddoll cards, even as a fan of the archetype, I can't help but think like, oh, how are people gonna Winda lock with this? Like, because that's what it's gonna be. if Shaddoll becomes a meta deck. Like, you're gonna summon Winda. That's gonna be your main win con. No matter what, because that card is broken. So why wouldn't you? Of course you're going to make it. Well. Sky Striker might not be good enough, guys. Or Master 1 hard? Nah, I mean, getting to Master 1 with Sky Striker is 100% possible. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking like Duelist Cup perspective. Thought we would see some YCS Bologna preparations because we enjoyed the TCG a lot recently. Yeah, that would have happened probably, but I just didn't have. I was just gone a lot the last couple of weeks. There was just a lot going on, so it was hard for me to structure because it's just TCG streams. They require more preparation time and stuff. They require more setup, and I was just constantly gone over the last couple of weeks, and I just couldn't really put it all together. So yeah. This technically cuts them off of a Malice name. At the same time, they can just make Splash Mage because that card still exists. Because Master Duel refuses to make good bans for Malice. Yeah, that's guaranteed. Yeah, no, that's guaranteed. It's guaranteed either way. If I let the Wicked resolve, they get backup, get Wizard. That's like a trillion bodies. Top 10 rating deck lists? I mean, yeah. Top 10 rating deck lists. Malice, Fiendsmith, Gem Knight. No, Malice, Fiendsmith, Gem Knight. Malice, 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 Orcus, Malice, Malice. Nice. Wonderful. Even better because every Malice list in top 10 is a circular build of Malice. Yeah, that's awesome. I can't do this anymore, man. Excited to play versus Malice at Bologna? No. But at the same time, it is still a lot less broken in TCG, so... It's still pretty broken, though. If I tag out here, it stops my Widow Anchor from working, so I probably shouldn't. Don't know if that's worth ashing. So this is ashable, but I could also just black goat it. It seems like a decent black goat because that summons 2 bodies. Oh, also they know about the black goat. They don't know about the ash, so... Okay, so 2 cards in hand are dead. And as long as the last card in hand is ashable, I think I'm fine. No. Did you see the fake cards? If you do, you think the Charmy would be playable in some decks? I saw it, yeah, but I kind of thought it was a fake right away because that card was so bad, not even an OCG designer could have made it and thought it was acceptable. Oh, come on. Bro, it's not even worth drolling, probably. Isn't blind second better, at least in Master Duel? I think blind second is tempting in Master Duel. I agree with you. My problem with it, in theory, is that you there's a lot of matchups where going second is very bad right now, like Onomat or Malice. Like, there's not the right matchups for blinding second against. But technically, it's pretty good in best of 1. Just not against the decks that people are playing right now. So you're telling me you just went 2-card combo into Utopic Draco Future? Oh, those are floodgates, I can tell. Awesome. I guess I deserve that. They might not be able to kill me. Probably getting Zeused here, but I don't actually mind that too much. I could Black Goat call Zeus. After they summon like a bunch of Zodiacs. Preparing for a big Zeus. They're gonna attach to this. They're gonna have like double Trident, but I don't really care about that. But a Zeus with like... I mean, even a Zeus with like 20 materials doesn't matter that much because I have a Widow Anchor for it and Black Goat. At the same time, what am I really holding the Black Goat for? Realistically, if I just let him make like one more Exceed on here... actually, you know what? If you want to turn Trident into a Zeus, I'm okay with that. Yeah, alright. I don't care about this. That's fine. Do I end phase declare Black Goat just so I can Black Goat call both Tridents next turn? Sure. Let's see if there is another draw. All Trident. Game is trying to rage bait you. Yeah, it's insane, right? Like I play against the cringest decks, not Zodiac, you're fine, but or I draw Rose every game. There's no in between right now. Yeah, Top deck Ash, of course. Mitsu is probably the better option for you. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out. Because right now, this doesn't matter much to me. I'm just playing rank. Like, if it's not working out, then it doesn't work out. It's not a big deal. Like, if I could, I would prefer to play Sky Striker, but I'm aware that there's other options, yeah. That might end up being better. Why is there a rose in your hand every time I check? That is a good question, man. I don't know the answer to that question. I wish I knew the answer to that question. Unfortunately, I don't know the answer. I think we should bring back the Ray sub sound just to buff the Striker deck. So today is the last stream before Bologna, and then I'm going to be gone for a while because I'm going to Bologna and then I'm going to Berlin for card market. Before streams resume, I've sworn to myself that I'm going to fix like the overlays and stuff because I've just been too busy recently and I've never found the time to do it. This time I will do it. I'll be gone for like 2 weeks in total, but then we're coming back strong. Ooh, True Light from hand is cool. Good for me. What do you do in Berlin? I'm visiting Cart Market for some recordings. Like we're doing, I think we're doing Domain. We're doing Genesis as well. So yeah, for the Cart Market Yu-Gi-Oh channel. So yeah. So the next few weeks are the only weeks for the end of the year where I'm gonna be gone. Like I have basically 3 more things for the rest of the year that I'm attending where I can't stream, which is YCS Bologna. It's the card market trip I'm doing to Berlin. And then I have 1 more Windsor trip, but that one is, well, which is the Konami Studios. But that one's like, there's gonna be a stream there as well, so fine. That one's like early December, some point. Okay, I do not care about this. I mean, my black goat doesn't work, but that's fine. Drill beam turned off. Yeah, it can't. They can't drill beam and they can't cult by, which is 2 cards I don't have to play around now. Awesome. They can do that. Set 3 pass? No, I don't think so. I don't have Afterburner in this version because I'm going first. The only way to pop is 0. I don't know why I set the black gold. I should just linkage the engage. Should have held the Shark Cannon probably. They're gonna revive with this probably. Yeah, because why would they play smart? They saw me add Shark Cannon too. I overestimated my Blue Eyes skill drain opponent. Oh yeah, it's under Lancia anyways. My bad. If the first draw of Max C is not Ash there, I think I just win on the spot. I just win on the spot because the 0 tags out into Ray and Rose. I pop the True Light. They have 0 follow-up. The True Light blows up the Spirit. They have a skill drain on the board, but it doesn't matter. Can Spirit negate and tag out? No, it was dropleted last turn. This turn it can, but last turn it couldn't. That's why I went for it last turn, even under the maxi. They can just make another spirit though. It's kind of cursed. It's kind of doomed. The black goat isn't very good here. Wait, they've already... Oh, I'm stupid. I thought they were playing smart, putting game on the board, playing through my shark cannon by keeping the true light up. So if I shark cannon the blue eyes, they can bring it back. But all this time, I didn't realize they had activated it. Oh god. Okay, well, I think it still comes... I just need engine. If I draw engine, I can win. They have Valor in hand. That's useless under skill drain. Yeah, if I draw engine, I'm fine. Yep. Man, what a miserable day, man. Even the quote-unquote fair decks just draw Lancia, Skill Drain, Maxi, Ash. Like, that game was so playable without Skill Drain or Ash or Maxi. This is the one time I would like to get interrupted, but I'm not. Except by Imperm. Well, Ash is good here for me. Oh, they're both under called by. Alright, Ubel called by Spirit Gates. Okay, Kagari is under called by. That's completely useless. Nice. Another option is Fiendsmith Orchist, maybe? Fiendsmith Orchist is probably decent, yeah. Ooh, we drew goods and metal post fusion. Awesome. What got revealed of Zero? It was Anchor, Linkage, and Engage. Probably just Murakumo Pass, which is pretty good. The downside of doing Maxi in standby phase is they probably would have started differently. Lamia is interesting. Suggests pure Mitsu, I would say. Is the Metal Full Fusion draw once per turn? Yes, it is. It's another, like this package, one goods, one Metal Full Fusion. It's kind of ass, honestly. I just like, I'm struggling to find other good spells. I could play Chicken Game. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. I just want spell number 3. They don't have Ash. They would have Ashed last turn. So the card in hand is another Habakiri. Awesome. Area 0 is awesome. It never hits. Oh, that's cute. That's not so cute. Should be fine. That makes sense. Not gonna win him the game though. How is Streamer Man doing? So. We're having like 50% cringe games, 50% good games. Sure. It's a very it's a very Master Duel kind of day. I've been opening rows like more often than not. I think I've drawn rows more often than engaged today, which is awesome. We have looked at the Shaddoll card, yeah. But I think now, let's go second for a bit. Let's go second for a bit. The go first Sky Striker seemed okay, but nothing too crazy. Yeah. Quick toilet break, and then we'll try going second a little bit. Also, Tavenitas, thank you so much for the gift sub. I almost missed that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. How good is Magical Spring right now? Not very? I don't think. Get some React content for going second. I do have React content lined up for today, actually. There's one video I wanted to watch before I leave for Bologna, and that was a new Sunny video. my favorite OCG content creator. I guess favorite OCG content creator because he creates content in English, which is so I can watch it as well. But we're gonna do that when it's lunchtime. Why play Metal Foes Fusion? It's just so you can get more spells in the grave with Foolish Burial Goods, which is only a 1 of in Master Duel, so I'm not loving the ratio. But yeah, dude. I'm losing my freaking mind. It's 3 p.m. Yeah, my sleep schedule at the moment with the YCS prep is kind of doomed. Oh, look, it's Luna Light. We can beat that. We have an out for it. We have this. We can beat that. It's a mystery to me how Lunalight has no points in Genesis. Well, I guess the idea behind it is that you don't have the scales, but it's potentially still a pretty good deck. I think one of the things that's really holding it back is that in Genesis format, Kaijus are just good cards again. So like, Lunalight is playable, but there is more natural counterplay to it if you're playing Kaijus anyways. But it is a good deck, and it is scary, so yeah. Are Genesis players running Kaijus though? Yes, that's what I said. They are playing Kaijus, yes. Almost every Genesis deck is maining or siding Kaijus at the moment. Because the decks in Genesis format just don't have like 15 layers on their end boards and 6 broken end board pieces. So like most end boards, summoning one Kaiju over their best end board piece is actually pretty potent. And at the same time, they are outs to some stuff that is in the format like X Purely Noir or Liger Dancer. I'm not playing Kaijus, I'm playing Santa Claus. I mean, yeah, same thing though, realistically. Do you play an Ultimate Slayer target for Synchro? I think no. In Master Duel right now, I don't play a Synchro target, no. I don't feel like it's necessary. Okay, they're doing the Gallant Granite to search Nib line. I like that. Good. Like, there's Blue Eyes, technically, where Ultimate Slayer for a Synchro would be pretty good. But even against Blue Eyes, you can just hope that they end on seals and then Slayer is still alive. Why does their combo take this long to summon Liger Dancer? Because they're summoning 2 Liger Dancers and some other things. Pendulum! That's crazy. Who is that? Banish this from your grave, special Lunalight from your hand. Okay. So what do they have in hand now? They have Poly? That's all I know, I think. I think I know Poly and nothing else. Okay. Oh, Nibiru, right. They do have Nibiru. It's so satisfying, man. It's so satisfying. Okay, hold up. How do we... Because the thing is, we have to out those this turn. If we don't manage to out them this turn, then we are still doomed. So, normal summon Ray. Battle phase. Attack one of them. They can't do anything about this because the Ray is normal summoned. Activate effect. Tag out. Summon 0, I guess. Yeah, summon 0. Activate 0 to search. They can pop the 0 now, but then Ray comes back from the graveyard. To be absolutely safe here, I think I have to search another linkage. Okay, what could still happen to my Ray? What could happen to my Ray? They can't impulse because I don't have cards. So there is nothing, right? They can't Ash Ray, dude. DD Crow, I guess. I'm okay losing to DD Crow. Run it. Alright, both outed. Easy clap. My easiest task. Okay, so there's a Nibiru in hand. They have 7 cards left in extra deck. I wonder if they have the tools to summon another Liger. Banish Silverhound with Shark Cannon. Okay. Now, might be Afterburner. Let's grab Afterburner. Use this cards. Thrust to add. They didn't activate anything in the main phase, so my Talents isn't live. I could Duster, but Duster would just trigger the Lunalight Tiger. If it's Duster, I shouldn't have grabbed Afterburners. Is it Duster? Actually, I can Duster. Yeah, let's Duster. No. One, two, three, four. I am gonna play into the Nibiru. They did search Nib, yeah, they did search Nib. Or do I not play into the Nibiru? Because hypothetically, if I go Kagari here, add back engage, if they nib me here on the Kagari, I cannot engage, I can't clear my monster zone. Dude. I guess it's not won yet because it depends on how much they have left. It depends on how much they can do with the limited extra deck they have left. Like, they can nib their own board here. Put me on the token. Yeah. Put me on the token. Chain Rose does nothing here, I believe. No. This should not have been Afterburner. This should have been Lemnis Gate. Because Lemnis Gate would have basically guaranteed a win here, I think. This definitely... or multi-roll. Multi-roll to send this token now. This being Afterburner, this might cost me the game. If I lose this, it's just because this is Afterburner. If this is multi-roll, the game ends here. Oh, they lose main phase 1? Okay, that's good, so I can't die. However, that doesn't really make a difference. Because if they can summon another Liger, I can't out it again. If there is some way in this deck to summon a third Liger, I cannot win the game anymore. But I don't think they have that. Like, it would require, like, it's not impossible. I guess it depends on their list. They played 60 cards. I didn't even notice that. But they had... No, they were out of Leo Dancers and Liger Dancers. Yeah, they had no way. Because you can use... I think you can use Black Sheep to add a Lunalight monster from your grave back to your hand. So if you can somehow bring Black Sheeps back into your hand from the graveyard or back onto the field and then fuse with them, you can theoretically put some stuff back into your extra deck. But yeah. Anyways, that was how to beat Liger Dancers with Ultimate Slayer. Now, I will note that this only works if they put them in attack position. Because Lunalight Perfume Dancer says, all monsters lose attack equal to their defense. So if they put the Ligers in defense with 3,500 defense, you can't do anything to it. However, for most Lunalight players, it's obvious to put the Ligers in attack just because they are slightly stronger in attack. They have 3,800 attack, 3,500 defense. So technically, it's correct to put them in attack. Yeah. Don't we play Hamp? No, Hamp is giga fake. Hamp is terrible. Because they summon 2 Ligers. What's the point of outing 1 Liger if they have 2? Hamp is crucial to the plot? Dude, all the cards that are crucial to the plot suck ass. Like Rose. But we have to play Rose because Zero tells us to. Oh my god. Wait, droplet this? Not yet. Okay, maybe now I do. I should have put this somewhere because of Iron Thunder, but they don't have it. Should I go for jamming waves? Sure. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Ah, okay. That I didn't expect him to play that. I was like, against Solemn Strike, it doesn't matter if I link or effect. Against that, it did matter. Okay, that I did not expect that card. We're probably okay. We don't have engine is the only problem, but we have like a billion top decks. And they play stun, so it's whatever. Sure, we can out that. Next one is 100% Rose. Rose wouldn't even be that bad here. A one-time Rose would be okay. See, that's good. Purge, okay. Come on, man. Engine. Hello. Okay, that is engine. Or the thing is now, I think I have a 3,000 attack monster that they have to deal with, and if they out it, my Ray and Graveyard triggers as well, so that's gonna force the impulse instantly. Probably okay. Dominus Stun, huh? What a cool deck you have there. What a phenomenal idea. How did you come up with this? You're so smart. Peak. That deck is almost all ultra rares, pretty expensive just to not play the game. Yeah. Oh god, dude, this deck makes me so sick to my stomach, man. And the cutscene begins. So, I guess we can't. I guess I don't know what kind of board they make yet. Silent stream. What do you want me to say during the Utopia combo cutscene? They just summoned number 39 Utopia to add hyper rank up magic Utopia Force. Which, if you told me that was a card name, I would not have believed you. I thought that was made up. Okay, so that detaches 2 to then cheat 1 out from the extra deck. I know that one. But it's a quick effect, so they can do it twice, I believe. They can do it once on their turn and then once on my turn to summon, like, Harbinger. This is... This negates a... This negates a monster effect. This is nothing. Is this deck difficult to play? Yes, you should not play it. You should not pick up this deck. Okay, that's another monster negate. That one, okay. It seems beatable to me. I don't have Raigeki in the deck, but seems okay. That's gonna be a spell negate. So we used, just so I get this right, we used the Omni negate on a spell that was preventing us from summoning a spell negate. So now instead of an Omni negate, we have a spell negate. Awesome. I'm just wondering, can I take their entire board? I think I can. Bro, I wasn't done yet. Man, I was... Damn it, dude. I let you play for so long. I guess it was time to go, 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 go. That's not good. They drew the one of Dormouse. That's not a good matchup for me, guys. It might be my turn to go, 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 go. I mean, I'll try. I feel like that's kind of the idea of this deck. My hand is good. If my hand was terrible, I would not. But, like, if they don't have Droll, then maybe there's a small chance. But, like, you know, I got Slayer and Rhoda, so I'm going to have 2 spells immediately. Slayer draws me an extra card with Garura. I have Engage already. It's a good hand. And maybe, depending on how they play the turn, they might not have 8,000 life points, and then maybe I can do it. But we'll see. It's definitely not going to be easy. But if they don't have Droll, then maybe. All right, who here thinks that one Dormouse should do all this? Raise your hand. That's ban bait. All right, 1 equals so far 4, 7, 11. 1 equals 11 in terms of link rating. Ah, now it's 1 equals 12. Which sounds like a joke, but it actually is 12. The way they sequence it into is shit into nib? Absolutely, but I don't have it. All right, down to link rating 7. Summon 2 from banished now, so we're going back up to 13. And draw a card. 1 equals 13. Set a trap from deck. Then probably make the stupid allied code talker. Yeah. And that is going to be summoning 2 link 3s back. So that is 1 equals 15. Yeah, 1 equals 15. Awesome. Sweet. All right. Ooh, that's actually helpful. Okay, that. Did they have did they even set up March here in hand? I'm not sure they did. Wait. You had crossout set? You didn't cross out my Max C? Do you have 2 Max C's in hand, sir? They might. They might have 2 Max C's in hand. There's at least one. I know there's at least one. There's definitely at least one. talents. They didn't do anything in main phase, did they? No, it was just battle phase maxi. They have so many life points it doesn't even matter. Yeah, see, it's not live. No. I mean, besides the fact that this game was still very playable for them, like if they top deck 1 March here, I don't think it's actually a good position for me, but okay. I guess Malice players can't handle it when the opponent doesn't instantly leave the game after they made their combo. It's a fun game overall. I mean, yeah, it was, but you also have to realize it was basically only even a real game because they didn't do their combo properly. They didn't draw cards off of Chessy Cat, and they didn't draw Ash or Droll Lockbird with those. If like the game is completely different if they play it properly and draw their cards and have their non-engine, which is what a Malice deck is supposed to do. And at that point, we just can't really play with them anymore. As they might show us in this game, which is awesome that we get to watch it all again. This time my hand is much worse. My hand is pretty bad here. At least it seems like they're playing just 1 card combo because they're not going for Link Decoder. They could have just normal summoned anything and made, but it, I don't know. We'll see. That ain't Falco indeed. They have a backup? Okay. I don't think it matters, but I also don't think this is optimal sequencing if you have Old Sark plus backup, but whatever. I wonder what Malice hits we're getting on the upcoming ban list. They are reaching a point in Master Duel where their usual behavior will not cut it anymore because there is basically no consistency hits left for Malice. And realistically, all you've done so far is force people to play cards like Silent Mining and Mathmech Circular, which aren't ideal, but still do the entire thing. So it's like, you can't limit much more. You actually have to make use of your Forbidden and Limited list, like the Forbidden section, to handle this deck. It's just, it's stupid that they're just not using this tool very much. They're just like, oh, this card to 1, this card to 1, this card to 1, and everyone just finds alternatives to just search those one-ofs anyways, and it's the same thing as before. But you reach a point where you actually have to ban cards, which is something that the TCG realized. They banned Link Decoder and Splash Mage, which that does something. The OCG has Malice lurking in Top Cut with the same limitation as Master Duel. That's not even true. In the OCG, it's even worse. In the OCG, they have done nothing to this deck except limit Dormouse. That's it. That's literally it. Like, Appaloosa is banned there, but other than that, it is literally untouched, which is insane. It's they have three field spells, 3 Chessy Cat, 3 White Rabbit, and terraforming is legal there too. It's completely stupid. There's no other word for it. They banned Link Decoder as well. I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm pretty sure they have link decoder. But I might be wrong on that. I think it's legal though. But they have Fenrir banned. Yeah, Fenrir is the reason Fenrir is a problem because Fenrir, like, if you look at Fenrir as a 1-card combo, that is something that we can't have in Yu-Gi-Oh because it ends after 1 step. It's special Fenrir, search a second Fenrir or search Unicorn, and then you're done. That is not a desirable play pattern. Fenrir is actually fairly in line with what the power level should be these days. I agree with you. I think Fenrir was a well-designed card. And the fact that they ended up banning Fenrir in the OCG, but all of the Malice cards except for Dormouse are at 3 is very concerning. But alas. I mean, I have no engine. Rust can be engine if they turn it on. Problem is I cannot Widow Anchor to stop this because it's untargetable. But it does make Thrust live at least. Yeah, this won't work. All right, lunch break. would have been winnable with Droplet. Yeah, we needed a way to negate the to stop the allied code from negating the duster. Like if they didn't make transcode or we had Droplet, then maybe there was a way. But once again, it was because they fumbled the line and they didn't draw the cards with Chessy Cat, which is what you're supposed to do. But no. Maybe I'm also not up to date with Malice and they just don't have that line anymore with one card, but I can't imagine. Like there has to be a way. There has to be a way. Okay, so we have lunch on the table and we have a video to react to. By OCG duelist Sunny. And the topic of the video is something that I thought was very intriguing, at least from the title. Because the title is Tales from the OCG Floodgates. So what I'm expecting here is probably a perspective from an OCG player on the whole Floodgate thing, the Floodgate debate that has been going on in the TCG recently, following YCS Anaheim. And then we did get a lot of bans that I can only imagine the OCG is looking at some of these bans that we got. And they're look, I would expect them to be pretty jealous of that ban list, but that's my perspective. That is obviously very subjective. So let's hear it from Sunny, OCG content creator himself.
So I know this video is outdated because they made an emergency ban list, but I got Phoenix chained by work, so I didn't upload this back in October. And as I was drafting the next video in the series, I realized that if I don't upload this, it makes my next video kind of hard to understand. So I'm going to upload it anyways.
Okay, so it was recorded before we got the emergency ban list, actually. So we're getting there's no jealous of the TCG ban list here, but I guess it's still a perspective. Okay, let's listen.
So a lot of people are pretty upset about YCS Anaheim finals, and to be fair, I think it's pretty justifiable. It's unfortunate that the top cut ended up being a lot of non-games for a format that was heralded as a pretty good one, but that got me thinking about the legality of Floodgates, and what I'm realizing is that I'm pretty sure the justification for the legality of Floodgates is even weaker than most people think. To my understanding, the reasoning people use to explain why Floodgates deserve a place in the game is that they give an avenue for lower level players to defeat higher level players, and to some, that may already seem like nonsense because a game should be rewarding skill if it wants to have a sustainable player base. And
that is where I stand on it. Yeah, that's where I stand on that argument.
Players who play better should win more often.
Yep.
That's how every single competitive activity in the world functions. The other side of the argument is that the barrier to entry for current Yu-Gi-Oh is extremely high, which means if you start playing Yu-Gi-Oh today, you will not win for a very long time, and that is extremely demoralizing for a new player.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is true, and it is also problematic because I think many people have a hard time sticking with an activity where they don't see any returns for a prolonged period of time. For example, I have a fighting game background. In fighting games,
this is an argument that I would actually agree with. Even as someone who doesn't like Floodgates, I can agree with Yu-Gi-Oh is hard to get into. There's a large barrier of entry. And the longer it takes until you get good at a game, or the longer it takes until you see success in a game, the less likely it is you're going to stick to the hobby. So having these sort of like easy to use and providing easy wins type cards in the game to some capacity might help newer players sticking with the hobby. At the same time, I've always been on the opposite side in terms of my recommendations for decks for newer players, which is that I don't believe you learn much from floodgating your opponent because you're simply not going to get better by not interacting with them. You're just going to like, what are you practicing, right? Are you practicing flipping skill drain? Like you're not practicing anything realistically. So in the long term, you're still not going to see much success with that, right? Like you're maybe going to stick around for a while because your stun deck works, but you're not learning anything, and you're realistically, if you just start out as a stun player in this game and you play stun because it's the easiest thing to do and the only way you don't lose, because the game is too hard to get into, you're not, honestly, overall, you're not going to have a super enjoyable time in the community. You know, people don't like floodgates. People don't like playing against people who play stun, and people react accordingly when floodgates are activated. You know, like you're just basically your hobby is then just going to locals once a week and annoying other people around you, which it wouldn't be for me personally. There might be some people out there who like that, but I can't imagine it's a super fulfilling experience. So like for me personally, the only ever reason to play a Floodgate is the competitive edge it might provide in a tournament. Like if it's actually optimal to play it, I'll play it. But I think all of the other arguments are relatively weak if you think about them long enough.
Games, when you start, you will actually never win. I must have spent multiple years of my life losing, and I think that's partially why fighting games have a flaw in the genre where they are too skillful. And unlike card games or team-based games such as MOBAs or FPS games that involve a degree of luck when you win, there's nothing that helps bring lower players up during the learning phase, which means that the only players that stay with these games are the most mentally tenacious ones. So the player base ends up being small. In my opinion, that is one of the 3 main reasons why fighting games, despite being so excellent, are never big, and why some of the games that the broader community tends to agree are extremely well designed tend to have pathetic numbers. The problem with all this logic is that it only works if low-level players actually like Floodgates, and I'm actually pretty sure the reality is the opposite. I've seen this commented a lot recently. Patrick Hoban made a tweet. Farfo was discussing this theory, and I'm not really sure what the original source for this reasoning is, because personally, I think that this is an assumption that doesn't really reflect my experience interacting with players. It's just a very popular theory that I feel like has very weak support in reality. So I'm going to use some anecdotes now. Again, for my anecdotes, this is about my experience with locals in China. I'm not speaking for every single OCG player, but I think it's important to go over an OCG anecdote because it has been essentially confirmed by Steven Santoli on Josh's Genesis video that the OCG has influence over the TCG ban list. So if OCG players were potentially against Floodgates as well, then that could maybe give the TCG side some leeway to start being more liberal with their Floodgate bans. My personal experience is that the majority of low-level players hate Floodgates, to the point where players will see one flipped and then the term we use to describe them is disgusting. So players will actually ask their opponents, why are you playing such a disgusting card in your deck? Or why are you playing such...
I have a hard time with this particular discussion because I don't know the percentage of players that like Floodgates. I don't know the exact number. And I also don't know who exactly it is that likes Floodgates. But and honestly, the casual perspective or the new player perspective is the one that I have the hardest time evaluating because that's basically the group of Yu-Gi-Oh players that I personally am the furthest away from, you know, like it's been so long for me since I started playing this game, since I learned this game, and so on and so forth, you know, like I cannot imagine how exactly it works to start playing Yu-Gi-Oh these days. It's not something I can do. But from my community and from what I see, I just have the feeling that the overwhelming majority of people dislike Floodgates. And one of the core arguments that people have, especially more casual players, one of the most common arguments I see from more casual players when it comes to Floodgate discussions is that they justify Floodgates by what combo decks are doing if you don't Floodgate them, right? And I think the raw truth or the actual truth behind this matter is that the majority of Yu-Gi-Oh players agree on the underlying problem here. I think the overwhelming majority of Yu-Gi-Oh players agree that Floodgates are stupid and that 20-minute combos into unwinnable game state are also stupid. I think that is the truth. I think that's where we should meet in the middle. And I guess the only thing that we disagree on is how to handle that situation. Because people are like, oh, these combo decks exist, so the Floodgates to stop people from doing all this are also fine to exist. When, you know, like I just feel like that doesn't get you anywhere because then both of the things that people find annoying just keep existing. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't solve anything because it's like most people hate both of those things. Most people hate Floodgates and most people hate staring down a super long combo that they cannot beat in the end anyways. Because the reality of both of those things is that they are kind of the same thing. It's your opponent does something that gives you no control over the game, and there's essentially a non-game happening for one player. The difference is with the Floodgates, it's happening faster. right? With the floodgates, it's like your opponent activates dimensional barrier, the game ends on the spot. With the long combo, you actually have to go through some steps and do some things, and maybe there is some counterplay with certain hand traps or whatever, but the end result is the goal of this thing is the same. If you don't have the answer to what your opponent is doing, whether it's a floodgate or a long broken combo, you are basically not allowed to take part in the game. And my experience is that people, like the majority of the Yu-Gi-Oh community, likes neither of those things. People play them because they are good, so of course people are going to play it. It is a competitive game, so they are going to play powerful combo decks, and they're also going to play powerful floodgate effects if they exist. But I think most people understand that these kind of things are not very enjoyable, and there are a set number of people who enjoy playing with those cards, which I think is understandable. I think specifically combo decks can be rewarding and can be fun to play yourself, but you have to understand that it's always like the fun that you're having when you're playing a combo deck is basically negative fun for your opponent. The longer your turn is, the more complex your combo, the more steps it has, the more rewarding it feels for you to pull it all off, is all adding to like negative enjoyment for your opponent. And ideally, a game is enjoyable for both players as much as possible. Of course, someone has to lose in a Yu-Gi-Oh game, but it should feel like you're both taking part in the game. You both had a chance to win it, and it wasn't just one player playing solitaire or activating a floodgate. And so that's where I'm personally at with this entire thing. It's like, I think it is pretty obvious where the Yu-Gi-Oh community stands on this matter. Is we don't like both of those things. We don't want decks to be too broken, and we don't want floodgates to be too broken and too prevalent. And that's it.
Such a disgusting deck. Now here's a cultural difference. But what determines how cool a deck is in OCG is significantly more affected by the artwork of a deck than in the TCG. For example, I would say in general, Fluandre's is a deck that was largely considered lame by TCG players. Personally, after they banned Barrier Statue, I didn't really think there was a problem with anything except for Featherstorm, but in China, Flu was pretty much never considered a lame deck in the first place. And I thought that was very interesting because my initial guess was because of Maxi, but the reality is just that it's due to artwork. People just think that the birds are cute. And
look, the birds
are
cute.
Why decks such as Purely and Runic are still so popular in locals today, even though if we're being realistic, Purely hasn't been relevant since Snake Eyes, and Lab maybe only have a couple of formats where it was kind of okay. In general, most decks in OCG are considered cool unless it's an extremely powerful tier 1 strategy like Tenpai, but there is one exception, which is Runic.
Why?
The reason this is so important is that Runic has art that OCG players should love. If you look at the art of a Runic card,
okay,
I don't really want to explain why, but it has all the qualities that should make it a popular and beloved deck, ignoring gameplay. However, it is...
This I feel like is in general a less competitive take, and it might just circle back to something that I don't actually know if it's true, but I'm getting the feeling that there in OCG, I think there is a larger casual player base for Yu-Gi-Oh, whereas in the West, it seems like Yu-Gi-Oh is mostly being like it's mostly a competitive hobby. Like most people that play Yu-Gi-Oh, or maybe not I don't know exactly, but it feels like a lot of people in the West just actively compete in Yu-Gi-Oh and try to win. Whereas like in the OCG, maybe there's a larger portion of casual players where maybe it doesn't matter so much that your deck is viable or strong or too broken or not powerful enough. You just like find like-minded people that maybe agree on playing at a certain power level just for fun, and that's fine. And then it doesn't really matter if your Fluandre's deck is outdated or whatever, and they might even just not play it. Like there's probably a larger portion of people who then like never play the floodgates in the deck or whatever. But they just basically decide which archetype they like just based on artworks, which is fine. Which is something that conversely, I, for example, never look at. I do not care in the slightest how these cards look if I'm competing in a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. I don't care. I care about how good are these cards, how balanced are these cards, and how do they play? What is the play pattern? Like I acknowledge when I like the artwork of a certain deck, when I like the style of cards. Like I see it, I recognize it, but it doesn't influence my enjoyment of a tournament, and it does not influence my deck choice at all. Like, it's not something that I care about in that sense, you know? Like, I'll realize when I like an archetype because of the artwork, but it's not like I'm not going to criticize an artwork's existence based on artwork or anything like that. It's just I evaluate my enjoyment of this game just by how it plays. I want to have an enjoyable time while playing the game, and that is the #1 criteria for everything, at least for me. And that might make a difference in terms of how, if they design Yu-Gi-Oh cards for a different group of, like, a different target audience, that might explain why, for example, we just talked about this earlier, why Malice, even though it's been out in the OCG for way longer, has still basically not been hit there. Like, Malice is at a power level in the OCG that is obscene. They've put Dormouse to 1 and everything else is at 3. They have 3 White Rabbit, 3 Underground, Terraforming is legal there too, and they have Link Decoder, they have Splash Mage. They haven't done anything to the deck besides Dormouse to 1 and banned Appaloosa, which was more like a general necessary move. So, and maybe they don't care enough. Maybe they don't care about what the play pattern that Malice provides as much. I don't know, because that's the only explanation. Because anyone with any sense for game balance and game design understands that deck should probably never been made.
Pretty much universally hated because Runic Stun is the most prevalent build in the OCG, and that also extends to when you try to play Combo Runic, even though Combo Runic doesn't even have floodgates to abuse this in the first place. Let's think about that for a second. Players in the OCG hate floodgates so much that not even Hugin could overcome this hatred for the archetype in general.
That's crazy.
In my experience, the only players that either play floodgate decks or like floodgates are the mid-level players. The players that care about winning, but their technical play is approximately average, so they cannot consistently defeat the more skilled players. However, if...
Okay, that's not a bad point. That is not a bad point. That might be true. There is probably... And that might even be true for the West, where it's like, maybe the casuals don't like floodgates as much, but like there might be a lot of people who are like good enough to compete in bigger tournaments and go like maybe X3 or X4 at longer tournaments, but then like maybe having the floodgates gives them the chance to high roll themselves into like an X2, X1 situation. Sure, maybe that's something that I could see being true.
If we assume that the goal of Konami is player retention, then those mid-level players are already in too deep to Yu-Gi-Oh to quit even if the floodgates were universally banned. They just happen to play floodgates because they're given the option. Another reason I think that this is true is that there are tournaments with special rules, and locally I enter tournaments that have banned all floodgates. In China, we have 2 different types of competitions, which are points competitions and entertainment competitions, or for fun competitions. For fun competitions are basically just free tournaments that anyone can enter, and they have their own rules. I used to enter for fun competitions a lot when I first returned to China, but I stopped because I'm degenerately competitive. However, when I first played in these, the special rules that were the most popular were no floodgates. They could have made rules like no meta, no snake eyes, no tenpai, but instead, no floodgates was the most popular special rule in my area at the time. So I'm still getting tenpai, but at least there's no heat wave. Now, I will say that...
See, that, I think that's very telling. I think it's very telling. I think, and I don't know, at least in the TCG side of things, right, we can definitely say that there are things happening, right? We've been screaming this, it feels like we've been screaming this into a void for 10 or 15 years now, but something seems to finally have clicked. And of course, I'm mainly referring to that last ban list. Something somewhere must have changed where it seems like this discourse that we're having has finally gotten us somewhere. And maybe it's just competition for the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game in general, because there is of course other trading card games that have been popping up during COVID and that have been doing pretty well, and there's, I think, even more coming out like every year, and maybe that's forcing them to be like, hey, what do Yu-Gi-Oh players actually want to play? You know, which type of gameplay do we need to provide for people to join this game and to play this game? And I think that has caused them, in general, in 2025, to do 2 things. First of all, the ban lists have been pretty good in TCG, especially the most recent Floodgate one. And I would also say, and there is exception to what I'm about to say before you well actually me, but in general, I think archetype design in 2025 has been lower powered than 2024. I think we've reached a point in 2024 where, like, this is highly subjective because this is how I felt, but towards the end of 2024, I really felt like, dude, if the power level keeps going up of like what these decks are doing, like what Snake Eye is doing, what Tenpai is doing, what Yubel is doing, I don't know how much longer I can play this game for if this keeps happening. If decks keep getting, like, where do we go from here is what I was thinking, like, towards the end of 2024. I was like, where do we go from this power level? And I always knew it was going to take a while to go down from this power level, but it really feels like if you look at archetype design throughout 2025, we are going in the right direction, because I don't think I'm alone with that sentiment. I don't think I'm alone with feeling that these decks were way too broken. And I know Yu-Gi-Oh is evolving and all of that, and we have to go somewhere, and we can't always play the same power level and the same types of decks. I understand that, but still, like, there's a point where it's like, dude, can we really go stronger than that? Is it really enjoyable anymore if every one card does all of that? And then they made Ryziel and Malice, and it was like, still, it was weaker in some ways, but still pretty broken. And particularly Malice didn't give me a very good time. But then eventually we got into some stuff that made it better for me. You know, we got into Mitsurugi, which I know Mitsurugi is being used in some hybrids that are doing way too much. I think that is the thing that is left now. I think now they are actually doing pretty well in terms of the power level of archetype design. You know, I think in a vacuum, decks like Mitsurugi, decks like Yami, decks like Draco Tail, and even the upcoming deck building pack archetypes like Eniacraft, Cool Tune, and so on. All of that stuff, power level wise, completely fine. No problem with it if they were only played like within their archetype. You know, like one of the biggest problems this year, I think, was the combination of archetypes that were meant to be well designed. You know, they were meant to be well designed, but then they were too easy to combine, which resulted in decks that were too powerful. This was true for Ryziel, because Ryziel Pure was probably always going to be a fine deck, but then Ryziel Fiendsmith, Ryziel Mitsu, Ryziel Onomat, all that happened, and that was too much. The same was true for Mitsurugi. Pure Mitsurugi, completely fine. Mitsurugi Yami or Mitsurugi Orchist or whatever, probably decks that are doing a little bit too much, right? And so I think we are at a point where archetype design is pretty good if we just freaking get this entire bridging and combining multiple decks into one thing. And look, I have no problem with maybe like a certain sub-engine going into another deck or whatever, or if two archetypes have synergy together like Tenny and Sword Soul did, right? I don't want it to be too strict either, where you basically have to play every archetype pure and you never have an alternative and there's no creativity. But there's a difference between like using, I don't know, a Tenny package in Sword Soul, which as a result, you combine, like, you know, Tenny wasn't even a playable archetype at the time, and Sword Soul without Tenny would have probably been like tier 3. You combine them together, you get a playable top tier Yu-Gi-Oh strategy. I think the problem right now is that what we're starting with are already top tier Yu-Gi-Oh strategies, right? We are combining Yami, tier 1 deck, Mitsu, tier 1 deck, into something that people agree is basically better than those two individual decks. So that's where the problem starts, is when two top tier archetypes that are already well off and good enough on their own create something that's even stronger when they go together, right? And I think that is the next thing that I want to see from them in card design, is like trying to stop that sort of stuff from happening too much. Because the individual archetypes that they're doing right now, actually very good. I'm a big fan of most of the archetypes they've designed in 2025. Most of them. And that's awesome. So if we can get rid of some more floodgates and we can stop archetypes from doing more than they're supposed to do by bridging into other archetypes, I think we're looking glorious.
There's an asterisk for some of these tournaments. For example, in one tournament in final, I went second against Purely, and then he did first action Defissure, and I'm playing Lightsworn. In my hand is Wolf Felice Recharge. So I had to ask, aren't all floodgates banned? But then the tournament organizer just said that some decks need floodgates to function. Personally, I'm pretty sure that Purely does not need Dimensional Fissure to function, but since it was just a for fun tournament, I'm not upset about it. I'm only mentioning it because I thought it was strange that an exception was permitted. The rules for these tournaments aren't extremely strict and completely enforced, but these tournaments are just more meant to be casual.
If I go to a for fun tournament where the special rule to make it more enjoyable for everybody is no floodgates, and then I'm playing the finals and my opponent activates D-Fissure in Pearly, I'm never talking to them again. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to do. That's insane. You're going to a for fun no floodgate tournament and you're asking the tournament organizer, hey, am I allowed to put D-Fissure in my Pearly deck because otherwise my deck doesn't function? That's insane.
Play sessions that just happen to have a bracket. So I've only seen this exception happen that one time, but I still think that the idea of no floodgate tournaments is overall good. These next 2 points aren't about the OCG, but rather other formats or forms, and this is something that Josh mentioned in his video, but Genesis pretty much made every floodgate unplayable by making them extremely expensive. To me, that kind of signals that the TCG side is already aware that most players probably do not like floodgates, and they're actually inclined to try to ban floodgates if given the opportunity. Master Duel is another example. Of the major formats, OCG, TCG, Master Duel, the one that hits stun decks by far the most is Master Duel, and I don't think that's unrelated to the fact that Master Duel has the highest number of casual players. Now, I understand that there's clearly an alternative cause for this that is unrelated to the number of casuals, which is that Master Duel is best of.
I think what I'm noticing or what I'm thinking about right now is like, I think the fact why casual players shouldn't like floodgates, at least based off of this theory that I'm having right now, is like, I think casuals just want to play their decks. You know, they want to turn up and play their, I don't know, Dark Magician deck, Blue Eyes deck, Red Eyes deck, whatever other hero deck or whatever. It's not about winning for them so much that they feel inclined to put floodgates into everything. I feel like it'd be more frustrating for them to play against floodgates because you run into stun with a Dark Magician deck, you're not gonna have fun, right? So I don't know. I guess it does help them to an extent to beat meta decks. You know, that's something like Max C does as well, right? Like they have those kind of like cope out mechanisms rather, right? But it's still like I think most people, at least from when I'm thinking about people that have definitely been more casual at my locals sometimes, when someone walks into locals, I feel like most of these people would not have enjoyed just taking one game off of someone because they activated skill drain, right? Because I don't really think that's what casuals feel like Yu-Gi-Oh should be about. I think we all agree on that, actually. I don't think they're feeling good after taking a win with skill. Maybe I'm misinterpreting that, but I feel like it's not, even for casuals, I don't think that's very fun.
But I think both can be contributing factors. Stun is more powerful in the best of one, yes, that is true, which means that it demands more hits. But I think that having more casuals may incentivize Konami to hit stun than in other formats. I know that I'm making a big assumption here, but at worst you can just say that the implementation of harder stun hits in Master Duel is just proof that you can hit stun without losing massive amounts of players.
Of course you can.
My final anecdote about casuals hitting floodgates is actually related to responses on forums, and in this case I will be speaking about the TCG. I'm trying to word this as unoffensively as possible, but out of every single forum I can read, whether that be Chinese forums, Japanese forums, English forums, I would say English Reddit is probably the least reflective of reality. And what I mean by this is not based on card or deck analysis, things based on opinion, but rather things that are more falsifiable. So comments that do well on Reddit tend to have misinformation more frequently than other social media by either being extremely historically inaccurate or just by saying illegal concepts they can figure out don't work from reading cards. I'm not trying to insult people who use Reddit, but it's because of this misinformation that makes me think that the user base is more casual, and it is a very popular opinion on Reddit to say that all floodgates should be banned. So to me, that is actually another reason that suggests that most casual players do not enjoy floodgates. It's not the strongest reason. I have to make a couple of assumptions for this as well, but it's not just Reddit, it's not Master Duel, or OCG locals. It's everything together that leads me to believe that there are many casual, newer, or lower level players that don't love floodgates, and I have yet to find strong evidence of the contrary. The new floodgate lover player that only plays to D-Fissure top players seems more like a caricature to me than a common lived experience.
Yeah.
Now, to be honest,
I could
I'm
see that.
probably less harsh on floodgates than most players. I will never, ever say that all floodgates are a mistake that should never have been printed, because floodgate type effects are not only in other card games, but in past Yu-Gi-Oh formats have an extremely strong expression of skill. However, in the context of modern Yu-Gi-Oh, where there is only one turn and floodgates have been begun to consistently floodgate the floodgate.
The argument that these kind of cards exist in other games, I don't think is very strong, because in other games, these cards might be fine. And honestly, these cards were fine in Yu-Gi-Oh for a while. Like, of course, a card like Royal Oppression is annoying in Edison format. It is annoying, don't get me wrong. But there was always more counterplay and more real... Okay, I shouldn't have stopped here. You guys are...
There isn't really a coherent argument.
There was always more ways to deal with them back then, because games were longer. And I think the biggest thing that has changed in Yu-Gi-Oh by far between the early 2010s and nowadays is just the viability of spell trap removal. And that's, of course, mainly referring to like the continuous floodgates, because lingering floodgates are a whole other topic, and those should not exist, period. But like the classic floodgates are the ones that are like continuous spells or continuous traps. And it's like, even if there were outs in your deck, you don't have time to draw them, because every deck murders you next turn if you can't play the game. And also, like, spell trap removal in general just is no longer a thing in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, because every deck, or 99% of decks, are too monster focused, and you simply cannot, like, if your opponent, it is very simple and logical. Even if your opponent's deck has spell traps, if your opponent goes 1-card combo to create 8 cards of card advantage, and one of them is a searchable trap card, having one Cosmic Cyclone in your hand basically deals with 1/10 of your opponent's card, because you're one of their starters equals like 10 cards, and you're gonna Cosmic one of those. That's not efficient. That's not how it works. So as a result of that, these cards are super niche, and never really played anymore.
For the legality of floodgates strictly from a gameplay perspective. I'm just saying that I don't think that the lone player-based argument is that solid either, at least not based on my personal experience, and I might be missing something, but at the
Sounds like we need better in-engine spell trap removal. That is true to an extent. I do agree with you. That is something that people that I've enjoyed sometimes. Like when I play a deck that has the ability to just destroy spell traps, I find myself having a better time against certain floodgates. At the same time, I can tell you from another perspective, which is that I like to play trap decks that are not floodgate related at all, like decks like, I don't know, Paleo or Labyrinth or whatever. I like to play the versions of those decks that don't play floodgates, and sometimes it can be very frustrating when these types of combo decks are developed that basically do it all, right? Like there was a time, or there are formats where you can actually play these decks, because it just so happens that maybe decks can summon like 4 or 5 monsters on their end board easily, and they have all the spell negates and monster negates in the world, but they just can't really deal with face downs, right? And so that is an actual way for you to play trap decks in the format, because they can't really deal with that very much. And then if they start making cards that basically out everything, it just further completely eliminates that playstyle, right? It just further pushes everyone into like, yeah, you have to be playing combo decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! These days, everything is a combo deck, right? And if every deck has the ability to pop, like when I set 5 these days, and I tried to end my main phase to pass over to my opponent when I went second, like more than half of that back row is gone, because every deck just has SP and 1 or 2 other ways to pop face downs, and then everything is gone, you know. It's I guess the way I would like to see it is if they made more ways to pop face up cards, right? Because then it actually beats floodgates, but it doesn't beat regular trap cards. But it's more like a niche thing.
Moment, I don't really understand why it wouldn't be realistic for them to just ban every single floodgate. If it's based on OCG approval, as other people are theorizing, it's not like the majority of OCG player base adores floodgates either. To end off, I just wanted to take some time to ask for feedback on this type of video because I'm thinking of making this the first part in a series of podcast type videos where I can talk a little bit less research
Yes,
and
please.
use more anecdotes that I have nowhere to put in more research videos. Mainly because I think that anecdotes are important, but also because it just saves me a lot of times on making videos about topics I care about if I just talk about my experience, because then I don't have to worry about spreading misinformation as opposed to something that
If they make negates, they should specify spell and not spell trap. I would argue that the most healthy form of negation is monster effect on the field. In my opinion, that is the most healthy way to print a negate on a card while still being very powerful. That is a powerful ability. Or negate any monster effect, but during the opponent's turn. Because there's two things I hate. I hate omni negates, to just negate anything your opponent throws at you, like Baron. And I also dislike when you can summon something during your turn, and that's just gonna negate hand traps so that you can just keep comboing like crazy. That's the main thing that enables decks like K9 combo decks instead of pure K9, you know? Like, and once again, we're circling back to the same argument from earlier. Pure K9, completely fine deck. Besides the fact that Imperial Princess Kunkuri exists to give your opponent floodgates. Power level wise, pure K9 is completely fine, no problem. But, it doesn't lock you. It summons a bunch of level 5s, so you can summon Ripper to negate hand traps, and then another rank 5, which bridges you in some other engine, and there you go, right? And so it's like, yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is, because we're also nearing the end of this video, no one likes floodgates, or a very small portion of the Yu-Gi-Oh community likes floodgates. A very small portion of the Yu-Gi-Oh community likes over oppressively strong combos as well. Like, most people like neither of those. And so the solution is clear. Ban the floodgates and design archetypes more carefully, which to an extent is already happening in 2025. Both of those things have made huge progress in 2025, and I want to emphasize that because that is good. That is awesome. You know, both of those things have already happened to an extent this year. And if we keep going down this path, if we keep banning some floodgates and hitting some of the more obnoxious combo decks, and also, most importantly, the bridges that keep happening over and over and over again to bridge one deck into another, if we get rid of those, then we're good.
that would need more research.
That board on screen is just done with extra steps, which is why more than half of it is banned in the TCG. Actually, the cards on screen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are banned in the TCG. 5 of those cards are banned in the TCG for very good reason. But yeah. Okay. It was a nice video again. I'll throw the link in the in the chat right now. Go ahead and leave some love for Sunny, subscribe and all that good stuff for some good OCG perspective, in my opinion. Always enjoyable. All right, we got a little bit more time, so let's hopefully cook some more fools with Sky Striker. Hope we don't run any more malice. Would you say Draco Tail is a well-designed deck? Draco Tail is awesome. Whoever made Draco Tail, I love you. Unless you also made Tenpai, then not. So we destroy the bridges, fine, but what happens when your deck gets hand-trapped to death? Hand traps are no problem. What's your favorite deck archetype of all time? Paleo. You're gonna play Genesis tomorrow? No, I'm traveling to Bologna tomorrow. Unfortunately, I can't go to Genesis locals this week. But I'll play Genesis in Bologna on Friday. What is your favorite invoked fusion? Ragin. Ragin is cool. Ragin is based. It seems like it's Orchist. Yeah, seems like it's Orchist. All right. If it's just Orchist, if they don't, and this is where we are at again, same spot that we've been in. If this is just Orchist and not bridging into Mitsu, then we might be okay. Or Fiendsmith, I guess. For that. Oh, I don't like the fact that Drollin Lockbird is the worst card in their hand right now. That's not good for me. That's not a good sign, because that means they either have another Droll or their hand is completely cracked. Okay, so the good news is they're locked into Darks now. So that means already no Fiendsmith, at least. Although Fiendsmith, honestly, for this deck wouldn't even have been that big of a problem because I don't lose to Caesar. I guess it negates my linkage. So. This looks ethical so far. I think their board is going to be fine for me. It's just I'm scared of what their hand has because they discarded roll. Best case scenario, and I hate the fact that I'm about to say that, but I think the best case scenario is that they discarded Droll because they have Maxi. Because those two don't go well together and they just made a decision to keep Maxi instead of Droll, which is funnily enough better for me here. When do you think the new Vanquish Soul support will release in Master Duel? I was kind of hoping it would come out in December for the Duelist Cup, but I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know, but in terms of timeline, it should be up soon-ish, no? I think it's either December or early next year. White Forest has to be first. Nah, White Forest, they can just do never. They can just forget about that. That's fine. Doesn't Yummy hate Bestials? Bestials are good against Yummy, yeah. Okay, so one unknown. I would bet that this is Droll or Maxi in end. That's not great. Yep. Okay. All right, so the goal is to try and break this board with as little specials as possible, and then somehow survive next turn. Ooh, okay, that's a brilliant start. All right, awesome. Yeah. I mean, it banishes the spell, but look, I'll take that. I will take that. Ooh, a jamming a waves. Okay, that's neat. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah. Hold up. Okay. Now, do I go engage or do I go talents? Or ultimate slayer is also kind of nice. It might be ultimate slayer. I'm not gonna lie. Ultimate slayer shuffle this is good. Afterburner is also good though. What if I just draw a good card with engage? Babel needs to go. The problem with Afterburner is that they have Skeleton and Dingirsu, so they can protect from Afterburner. Ah. Why would you do that now? Okay, they are not playing this very well. They are gonna draw some cards with the engage here. I can't not give them any draws. Should have added an engage from deck, not from grave, because then I could have had 2 engages here. Okay. I mean, I was basically done, so... Wait, they didn't use this? Okay. Gives Lemnis more juice. Yeah, I probably should have made another 1 or 2 link monsters, I realize now, yeah. Yeah. It didn't leave. Oh! Oh! I see. I didn't realize that was the case. Yeah, that's how it works. I stole it so it didn't get the grave effect. Okay, that was a lot. I did that a lot better than I thought I did. That was not intentional. Am I crazy, or is their turn over if I just take this now? I think I'm not crazy. I think their turn ends. They have Crescendo. Oh, they do have Crescendo. But somehow... Okay, I guess it was an enjoyable game. I'm a little confused, but I'm also happy. I mean, to be fair, Crescendo... Yeah, Crescendo does a lot. No, Crescendo does a lot. Oh, they banished Crescendo for the Link 1. Okay, well, that was just crazy then. And Lil Girsu is, in my opinion, the best designed boss monster with Etoile. Both of those are very well designed. Yeah, they're very fun. I mean, in general, the Orcus support is awesome. The Legacy Orcus support is awesome because the deck still feels exactly like Orcus. It's great. Oh, great. Galatea Eye is the broken card. Well, Galatea Eye is a broken card, but does it matter if the end result is a cool deck? I don't think it does. I think that matters at least a little bit, because Galatea Eye itself does nothing cringe. It just makes the deck good. Do you think Orcus will get hit? No, nah. No, never. Just imagine when they're gonna announce Malice Legacy support in 7 years. You know what's funny is you might actually be right. They might eventually, in a few years, they might be like, you know what? Remember that deck? Make some Legacy support. Do you think they could unban Mermaid in OCG and TCG? They could, yeah. I don't know if I want them to, but they could. I would prefer if they didn't and just gave Orchist, pure Orchist, another starter. Because like I said, I think it promotes a lot of bridging from other archetypes. I know it's not as generic as Closed Moon, but realistically, just give pure Orchist another consistency card and we're fine, and we don't need that. What does Mermaid? Mermaid is basically Moon and Requiem, but for Orchist. Pretty much. This music reminds me of One Piece. Yeah, I don't know why. Can I go? Is it my turn? Ever? They didn't reset the trap with Whitebinder. It's crazy. I'm still gonna lose to the Druid Swarm probably, but... Firewall not co-linked. This endport is cool. Okay, no draw. We are gaming. Look, we've cleared the board, guys. I think that's a perfect time to call it, because that's the type of shit that makes me close the game. All right. Besides the Malice matchup, I found this deck quite enjoyable today, which is unfortunately the best deck in the game. So I don't know if it's really an option for the Duelist Cup. Realistically, probably not. But it's still a fun time if you want to play it. Like you're gonna probably enjoy most games that aren't against Malice. And then every time you draw Rose is miserable too. Yeah, that was a pretty that was a design decision for sure to force people to play Rose in 2025. Other than that, it's a fun deck though. Overall, all things considered, it's been a fun experience. But Malice is of course still kind of existent, which is not a good thing. But yeah. All right, gamers. I'm gonna go now, and I'm gonna be gone for a while. So sorry about that, but there's just a couple of things coming up in these next couple of weeks. I'm not just taking time off. I have a lot of things to attend. I'm gonna be going to YCS Bologna tomorrow, so I hope you guys have an enjoyable time over the course of the weekend watching the YCS. Sorry I can't be live more the next 2 weeks, but I'm gonna be gone for YCS Bologna for a couple of days now. I get back home on Monday, and then on Tuesday, immediately, I leave for Berlin for some recordings with the card market people, which there won't be streams next week, but you're gonna see those videos eventually, and I hope you're gonna like them. So that's gonna be fun. And then when I get back from Berlin, there will be streams. There will be streams, and I should be live a lot more during December. Basically, during December, I will only be gone once, which is for a Challenger Cup from the Konami Studios for just 2 or 3 days. But that's it. Other than that, December, we're going back to the normal schedule. We're doing a lot more streams. We're getting some remote duel stuff in here for TCG and Genesis, and also more Master Duel in anticipation of the Duelist Cup. So lots of streams coming in December, but for now, I gotta say goodbye for about 2 weeks. And I hope you guys still have an enjoyable time watching the Bologna stream and whatever else you're up to next week. So thank you all so much for tuning in today, and I will see you again in roughly 1.5 weeks. It's not 2 weeks, it's 1.5. I'll see you again probably like next week, Saturday. Like the Saturday after YCS Bologna. So it's more like 1.5 weeks. It's not that long. So thank you all so much for tuning in today. I'll see some of you at YCS Bologna. If you're not attending, then enjoy the stream on the weekend. And I'll see you soon. Bye-bye, everybody. Peace.